Committee of the whole is called to order. Unfortunately, we don't have a quorum. We have Senator Barnett in the House, Senator Kanata, Senator Jesuan, and Senator Parkinson. Thank you for being here. Hopefully, we'll have a quorum shortly and we can begin. Thank you. We're back to recess. committee of the whole is called to order. We do have a quorum. We are now on Senator Sabina's amendment. Unfortunately, you know, I've already ruled all these amendments out of order. I know that she has an amendment to the amendment, but it wasn't put in on time, and I'm going to have to rule out of order, and I just recommend that it put in the supplemental, if anything. So with that, I ruled this one out of order. Senator Parrish, you understand where I'm coming from with this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, though, I don't think, you know, these, those with disabilities have been waiting for months to get services, and to put it off a couple more months, we're basically putting them in a predicament where we can actually do some good right now. You know, DISIT has come to me and asked for assistance. I've known, you know, constituents have come to me. They are stuck in their homes. They cannot get the care they need to be able to function in our society. I mean, I do have a valid source of funding, and I don't see why we can't amend it. I was told that it was okay to put in this chapter, and then now I'm being rebuffed again, I think for really capricious reasons. This is unfair to our people. I don't see why you can't entertain a new source of funding that's valid. I think it's unfair. It's you know, changing the rules in midstream, you know, for capricious reasons. And these people are truly needy. And I just find it very heartless for you to make these changes midstream, and, you know, it just speaks a lot. It speaks volumes. This is the people's money that we need to support them. It's not the legislature's money. It's not the appropriations money. It's the people's money.
Senator Parrish?
I don't see what the harm it is to put a different source of funding, and it's, you know, what's the point? What's the harm in that? Is it because people are going to vote against it and you want to save face for them? I mean, what's the reason? What's the reason for not accepting a change? You've done it with every other amendment. Amend the amendment. I don't see why we can't do this with this one. The rules only apply to those to certain people in this body. It's not fair what you're doing.
Senator Parrish? Are you done? Are you done so I can speak? I guess you are done.
Well,
right?
I just want to say the reason why, I voted against that amendment to take everything out that had previous sources, and I raised the point that there was gray areas where there could be alternate funding. And it's really, it's unfair that, you know, you're not able to entertain that amendment based on that. But I feel that, you know, making this, you know, this cause is important to, it's not just to me, it's for the people. That's what I'm raising this issue. You know, I'm trying to fill a gap. And these people have been waiting for months because the bill hasn't been heard by your committee, and you refuse to hear it. You know, we were pound foolish, penny wise. You know, $12 million have been spent without appropriation, and here we're worried about $120,000 that's appropriated in plain sight with full transparency. I mean, that's egregious to me.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Duane's point of inquiry.
Steve, I got a question for Steve. Is there anything that prevents the governor from using transfer authority to any agency within the government?
The governor's transfer authority normally is utilized to transfer any appropriations made in the Budget Act that are not subject to any restriction or anything that cannot be transferred to. For example, like debt service, the 2% rainy day fund, all that kind of stuff. But any appropriations made in the budget that is available for transfer is actually at her disposal. She can transfer these funds anywhere she feels one.
Yeah, because I work as a director in 3 line agencies. Well, 2 line agencies and 1 corporation. In the line agencies that I worked in, any time that I had a need, regardless of what my budget appropriation was, the governor was able to move within the general fund, which the governor has purview over, into my agency. I also believe that in this situation, that can be done, and also I believe that we have an example with one of our security agencies whereby the governor has continued to make sure that we have continued operations and continuity of safety and used her authority as well. So I definitely understand the mover's desire here. I think probably our biggest petition right now and the best way to handle this is to ask the governor, and I hope the director has already asked the governor, to move these resources and that we codify that when we do the supplemental appropriation. It's one of the reasons why I also made, to support my point of inquiry, why I made the statement that every agency, by and large, or the entire government by and large, has received a significant increase, which gives the 15% of the governor's transfer authority a really large pot of money to be able to suffice for any deficiencies until we get to the supplemental appropriation. So I just wanted to put that on the record as my reason also for wanting to sustain what we did earlier, which was not open the door at this point for alternate funding sources, because I can just see amendments flying after that saying fund this, fund that. But I think that we can all rest assured that the governor has absolute authority to take care of this, and I call on the governor actually in this statement to please transfer the money to that agency so that they can continue that operation. Masi.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Barnett, point of
Thank you.
information.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of Guam. Yeah, somebody, the governor can use her transfer authority to do anything, but she's not. That's why we're trying to bring the funding to the people who need it. I don't know what kind of budget process is this. We cannot fund things. And it was said on the record that all the agencies, they got to increase. They're going to be good. The sky is not falling. But what about the persons with disabilities who've been coming to our offices who need the job coach? Go tell them the sky is not falling. Go tell them the governor can transfer this and transfer that.
Is that it, Senator Barnett? Senator Perez, are you done?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments by my colleagues. Just to reiterate that special funds, I think it was stated on the record that the governor cannot transfer special funds, and I stand to be corrected if that's not correct, but just I wanted to add that. Thank you.
You're making a statement that governor cannot transfer special funds? Am I
That was
correct?
testified, I think,
Yeah.
by somebody on the panel. I forget
But,
who.
but if I'm correct, Senator Dueñas has brought up a question, is can the governor transfer money to the agencies? And the answer was yes. So it's not specifically about special funds, but general fund, period.
Yeah, understood.
All right.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. What is
What is the point of order?
what is the rationale for not, for ruling this amendment out of order? I heard there's an amendment to this amendment as well.
Number one, Speaker, in the previous chapters, I ruled it out of order because the source of funding wasn't identified, okay?
Because the source of funding is not identified? No, I need to,
Let me finish, okay?
the source,
She wanted to change the source of funding. If you remember correctly, it was a slow process to start this chapter, to allow everybody to make the amendments and submit it and be done with. It wasn't submitted on time.
which one,
Now
this
you
one?
want to, no, hold on now. I'm speaking, okay? Let me finish. Now she wants to change her source of funding without the amendment intact. This page should have been changed when it was submitted. All I'm doing is being consistent with my rule of out of order. That's all I'm doing. I'm not doing anything different. And I understand DICIT. I get calls from DICIT too. Okay, so you're not the only one. No, I don't think anybody here is exempt from getting calls from DICIT. So with that, that's why I ruled out of order.
Can you just clarify when you say there was no source of funding, because I see it says appropriate from the Health and Human Services Fund.
The appropriation, Chuck, notwithstanding any other, if you read the amendment, she's changing now the source of funding.
No, this one says,
And I'm ruling those out of order because I was consistent. I have ruled others out of order.
there is a source of funding though. There's a Health and Human Services Fund.
Without the source of funding, with this source, I ruled it out of order, okay? I'm looking at this page. Look at the page only. Don't look at
Yes.
her amendments.
I don't
Look at the
have her
page.
amendment to this, only her amendment to the budget bill that says it's going to come out of Health and Human Services Fund. So there's a source of funding.
All right. The reason why I wrote it out of order was the Health Human Services Fund was identified by OFB, and that's why I wrote it out of order. If you want to hear OFB state it again, I'll ask him to state it again, and that's why I wrote it out of order. OFB?
You said that there's no source of fund, Mr. Chair, but
Follow what I'm saying, okay? And then
OFB reported a balance of $400,000 according to the audit.
and let him report out why I'm consistent with my rule out of order, okay? And then we'll go with that.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is a amendment.
Alpha, you don't want him to speak?
I do, but
Okay,
I'm
then let him
just,
speak
you're the
first.
one who made the ruling, so I need to
Yes.
hear it from you. What is
And
the
I'm
ruling
telling
based
you-
on, so I can understand
and
it?
I'm
You said
telling
no
you-
source of funding, there is a source of funding. Then you said the amendment was not submitted in time, but that amendment to this is totally in order. She hasn't even introduced this yet.
And I'm telling you,
she can amend it
based
while she's
on the
doing that.
amendment submitted, I'm ruling it out of order. Based on the statement on my previous ruling out of order of other amendments similar to this, but for a different agency, as OFB provided that information. I'm consistent.
Well, you said this morning you're ruling it out of order because there is no source of funding. And I see straight out there is a source of funding. There are two sources of funding that she's proposing.
And based on previous ruling out of order, that's why I'm ruling it. If you want to hear from OFB stated, we'll let OFB speak, okay? OFB?
When I was asked previously about this fund source, my comment is that the fund source does exist. There is funds in the fund, but according to information that we received, was that in the case, because this is similar, I believe a similar bill that was also being proffered for a program in public health, and their response was that one is that the program does not exist. Two is that there's no rules and regs in place for this program. And that was my comment as to why I felt that, this appropriation would be kind of like, I would say questionable, at least at this point, simply because we're appropriating to a program that doesn't exist. There's no rules and regs to govern the expenditure of these programs. So, and from the information I got, in the case like in public health, they're saying they don't want the program. That's their response. They don't have the ability right now to run the program. They don't have the staff, and it's not one of the programs they right now feel that they want to operate. So that was my response to why I was talking about why I feel the appropriation was kind of like just questionable. So that's what I advise the chairperson.
Director, and what is the balance of this fund?
I believe in the most recent audit, which is 2022, it's $420,617.
Yes, and it started off with millions. Do you know how that money got spent? Wasn't it by legislative appropriation?
Looking at going back to the history of this account since 2001, it seems that I don't know if it's to classify it as expenditures, but there's been transfers out of the account to other agencies. I think particularly to GURA. Yes, something to GURA, which in the law,
Where?
I believe it's GURA or GIDA. I think it's GURA, that the law also says that they get a portion of this,
Right?
of these
The
funds.
law, meaning the legislative,
That created the fund.
legislative
That created the
creation
fund.
of this fund,
Yes.
the legislative appropriation of this fund,
Yeah.
exactly like what we are trying to do today, regardless of whether they have a program or not, appropriating the money
I
and
don't know-
telling them.
Okay, I don't know if the transfer is considered an appropriation.
Well, the
What it
law is
is
very
the
clear.
f-
Did you
the
read the
funds
law
are
that we read?
deposited- the
You were
fund-
reading the law the other day. The law is very clear, and it says this money was tobacco settlement money. It's going to deposit it here, and we are appropriating this much here, and then from here on, it can only be subject to legislative appropriation, which is what we're doing today.
And I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying that the funds being deposited into the fund, there's records that show there's funds being transferred out.
Yes.
I don't know if those funds being transferred out are done through an appropriation. All I know is that they're not in the fund as we speak today, with the
But there is a
exception
balance
of
of
420.
400,000,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. So there is a funding source, Mr. Chair. So I think it's inconsistent of you to say there's no funding source when it's very clear there is. It's $400,000, subject to legislative appropriation. The language is legislative appropriation. So we're following the laws. We have pointed out a funding source, and it's available.
Madam Speaker, I ruled it out of order, and those amendments were actually your amendments. Or Sabina's amendments on the other areas to the other. And based on that, because there's no rules and regulation, that's why I ruled it out of order, that it doesn't become available. Now, if you want to overrule the chair, then feel free to make the motion. And we'll go to this program again one more time. So please make the motion to overrule the chair. I rule it out of order. Senator Barris, you have a motion?
Yeah, I make the motion to overrule the chair.
All right, there's a motion to overrule the chair. Do I have an objection? There's one. All in favor of overruling the chair, please raise your hand. Motion fails. We'll now move to the next amendment. Madam Speaker, it's your amendment to repeal of funding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next, let me see, 3 amendments that I've introduced are relative to Section 4, Part 2, Chapter 7 of the bill, and I'd like to talk about that, and it's to move money towards the Guam Cancer Trust Fund. As you know, the Guam Cancer Trust Fund is supposed to be funded from the Healthy Futures Fund, and according to the formula in statute, it's supposed to receive $3 million this year, and it's only received $1 million, and it's going to severely impact their programs. So, according to your rules, in order to move money to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund, even though it should have been allocated immediately from the Healthy Futures Fund, and it wasn't by OFB, and I'm not sure why. So now we need to find another funding source, which is general fund. And I have no problem supplementing the Healthy Futures Fund if it's running low with the general fund, which is what we've been doing with the other agencies that are relying on Healthy Futures Fund, but we didn't do that for the Guam Cancer Trust Fund, which again is running those grant programs to allow for airfare, medicines, supplies for cancer patients, counseling, everything. Transportation. So when I was looking at the Public Defenders Service Corporation's budget, they received an increase in their regular general fund appropriation of about, I think you said 137,000, and they testified, I think, or the notes say that this is for the attorney pay plan, increased pay, possibly a social worker and law clerk, senior law clerk. So I have no objection to that, and I actually have no objection to what the public defenders is doing, but there is a whole new section in the budget bill for a civil law center, and to fund it, $950,000. For me, the public defender is able, obviously, to establish its own civil law center. It's done that. I'm not sure how it was funded at first, because they've been doing it already with the current appropriations to them, and maybe whatever other funding sources they were able to get. They say that they're going to use this money for legal services to indigent senior citizens. But we also know from them coming in here before that they are funded for the indigent senior citizens work through a federal grant. This is a federal grant that used to be awarded to private attorneys, which the public defender wanted to take over, and so we allowed them to do that, and they did. So that work is funded by a federal grant. The victims of domestic violence and the veterans, these are also funded by federal grants. The domestic violence, they've had this sub-grant for quite a while. It's through the clearinghouse where that money gets divided up, and they are doing good work pursuant to that grant. That's why any additional funding or to this on top of the federal grants that they are receiving is really not something that we've really discussed. It's something that they've done on their own, and so there's nothing to prevent them from continuing to do that just the way that they did that in the past year. I think it's up to them, and they have a governing board that decides what their priorities are going to be. And my understanding from the Guam Bar Association is that we are in a severe crisis in need of indigent criminal defense lawyers, just as we know from the Attorney General's office that we are in dire need of prosecutors. So these are constitutional rights that we must take care of. We must provide enough attorneys to take care of that, and these are prosecutors. In order to protect the people from crime, we need enough prosecutors. We cannot function as a community, as a society, based on the rule of law if we cannot enforce the law. So those, to me, if we're going to be diverting from those priorities, it really should be publicly decided that we're not going to fill those needs, I guess. So, as I said, there are three proposed amendments, and generally they would take this funding and move it to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund in whole, or take half of this, 450,000 of this funding, and move it to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund, and leave 500,000 there for them to do whatever additional programs they want to do above the federal grants. But my third amendment is to focus them back to separate criminal defense attorneys, which from all indications, is what Guam is in dire need of. It's one of the main reasons why the Guam Bar is asking the University of Guam to open up the Pro-Tech scholarships to lawyers, because we are in need of those. We're in need of attorneys. It's also a recommendation by the Attorney General to get more attorneys to Guam, possibly through the Protect scholarships. So they're all agreed that we need the help of scholarships, we need everything to bring in lawyers, but it's these constitutional defense rights that I believe if those are short, that those are what we need to be prioritizing by the only agency on Guam that really can do this. So I said separate criminal defense lawyers. Now I understand there's been many, many letters from different people at the Public Defender's Office who've really come in to work at the Civil Law Center and to do additional programs. Now, they're great programs. And as I said earlier, they were able to do these with whatever funding sources they were able to use, their existing funding sources. They've been able to hire attorneys. But this is a new section to the budget of almost $1 million. And that's why I was suggesting that we need $2 million for the Guam Cancer Trust. This is only $1 million. And it allows them to bring their program in, and whatever they might need, maybe that should go into a supplemental budget with some other potential funding sources. But these are general fund sources. I believe the Guam Cancer Trust Fund is in immediate need, and that they will be able to promise those cancer patients the services immediately, as opposed to putting them on hold and saying, we might have to end this for you, we might not be able to transport you out there after October, all that crisis that comes from that, Mr. Chair. Whereas I believe the public defender, they've been resourceful enough to cover these expenses with their current budget and the grants that they receive, and this is not going to impede them from doing that. It's really just calling them back to that, I guess. Otherwise, the 137, so other than receiving 137,000 of general funds for their regular work, they would be receiving a $1 million increase, which really was supposed to be funded out of federal funds, Mr. Chair. So I know many of my colleagues are very uncomfortable to deal with this today, but the issue for me is that they're putting this in the budget today. It's going to be passed today without any further deliberation of that, versus we're not putting into the budget today the Guam Cancer Trust Fund, the patients. So we really are in a dilemma. That's the dilemma we've been put in by the way the budget has been presented to us. And so it's...
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
I'm looking around. She's just about done, but go ahead.
yes, so that's why I'm
all right,
proposing this, and I would like
let's-
to have a discussion with the body.
Let's
To
just-
do a motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Point of information, Senator
Mr.
Nicholas.
Chair, this is going to repeal Chapter 4, Part 2, Chapter, no, we're saying information. Where is this money coming from?
It was identified order. It'll come from the Public Defenders Corporation, the Civil Law Center.
There's a new section in the
And-
Public Defender
and,
budget that
who-
says
who-
Civil Law Center.
Understood.
How is
just
this
explaining
budget,
that.
how is this money spent? Is there a program?
This is new money. This is a new section to the budget. It was not in last year's budget. It's a completely new section to the budget.
All right.
Last year, they were able to accommodate if whatever services they are providing with their budget and federal sources.
Is this taking from a Manumco?
Not at all. The Manumco contract is federally funded, completely federally
That's the
funded.
answer she's providing. If you look on page 103, Senator Nicholas, you find the Civil Law Center explained. Okay?
And who do they service?
It says that here on the, on page 103, provide legal service to indigenous senior citizens, victims of domestic violence, and veterans.
So basically, we're going to defund that for the Manumcos, the veterans and disabled, and the
No,
indigent population of our island that needs.
in response to the point of information, Mr. Chair, the information was provided. Indigent senior citizens, the public defender wanted to take the indigent senior citizens federal contract, so they do that. They are federally funded. The victims of domestic violence as well are also funded pursuant to a grant that is divvied up between the AG's office, the public defender, and other places on Guam for these particular services, and the same with the veterans services. So these three are services that they had been providing pursuant to federal grants.
Thank you. Okay. Let me get back to Senator Nicholas. It's on page 103, what is described that they'll be provide. Okay? And with that,
Okay, let me just review it.
all right, but we'll move along to anyone else like to speak on the amendment, please? Senator Parkinson. It is proffered. Madam Speaker, the amendment is proffered, right? Repealing of funding, you described that already. That's my understanding, you did proffer that amendment. Okay?
Yes,
I just
wait,
want, I
Mr.
just want to
Chair.
hear a yes or no, ma'am, because
I know, but
that's how I
there's three,
understood it.
so-
You did proffer it, so I wanted to entertain it.
Yeah, I'd like to proffer the second amendment, Mr. Chair.
But we'll do one at a time first, okay? Because in the event one fails,
Well,
I
I'm
think.
going to remove the first.
Huh?
I'm not going to proffer the first. I'm
Oh, you're not
proffering
gonna
the
proffer
second
the first?
amendment.
Okay, the first is not proffered. It's not the let me go back with everybody so we all understand.
Point of information,
Stand by
What
first.
amendment?
Let me first address the order of the amendments, okay?
I
We have
took-
3 amendments. The author of the amendments is not proffering the repeal of funding of Section 4, Part 2, Chapter 7 of Chapter, of Chapter 7 of this bill is hereby repealed and appropriation to hereby appropriate to Guam Council. I'm understanding this first amendment, okay, that was submitted. But you're not proffering that, and you're going to the other 2. Am I correct?
That's correct, but one at a time, Mr. Chair.
I know, that's
point of
why-
information,
That's
Mr.
why I was
Chair.
trying to, stand by for a second. That's why, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to get it correct that you are proffering the first one that repeals the funding. The other 2 is allocation of funding, okay? That's all it is.
Mr. Chair, I'm not proffering the first amendment.
Mr. Chair, for the sake of everybody listening, can we just have the amendment read in its entirety
Yes.
on what is being proffered?
The one I'm being proffered is
Because she needs to move-
reallocation of funding, notwithstanding any
On a
other
point-
provision of law, $450,411 from Section 4 of Part 2, Chapter 7 of this bill is reappropriated to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund.
Okay. That's what the amendment is. Now, Senator Nicholas, it's $450,000 from the section that you questioned. That's what she's moving. $450,000 from the Public Defenders Corporation to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund. Okay?
so she withdrew the amendment?
No. The first one she didn't proffer. It's the
Got it,
second.
thank you, Mr.
Okay, so we're at the second amendment. Anyone want to speak? Now I'm back to Senator Parkinson. On the amendment as proffered now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the Speaker and her proposed amendment that seeks to defund the Civil Law Center. I stand firmly against this amendment as it threatens to dismantle a critical service that serves the most vulnerable members of our community. Let me remind the body of the statutory obligation of the Public Defender Service Corporation. Under 12 GCA 11105, the PDSC is mandated to provide legal assistance to those in our community who are in the greatest economic and social need. The Civil Law Center serves as a lifeline for over 300 clients each year, including our Manamku, veterans, victims of domestic violence, and children caught in the throes of family disputes. This center provides critical services like guardianship over minors, legal guidance in landlord-tenant disputes, and representation in domestic violence cases. These are not abstract legal issues. These are real-life challenges faced by the people we are sworn to protect and serve. Mr. Chair, I draw your attention to the data that illustrates the Civil Law Center's invaluable contribution. In the last fiscal year, the Civil Law Center handled a myriad of cases, included excuse me. They had cases that include guardianship over minors, landlord-tenant disputes, and even assisting with utility issues. Each of these cases represents a person, a family, or a child in need of help. Thank you. Defunding this center would be akin to turning our backs on these people. The cost of running the CLC, approximately $990,000 annually, is a modest price to pay for the breadth of services it provides. It's crucial to note that the Civil Law Center operations are partially funded through grants. But these grants alone are insufficient to cover the full operational cost. This is a direct service to our people. The Elder Justice Center serves 412 cases a year. The Civil Law Center had 197 cases. The Advocacy Center for Victims of Abuse had 79 cases. Consider the impact on the community if the Civil Law Center closed its doors. There is a demand for their legal services, and removing the CLC does not make that demand go away. Who will help the elderly woman fighting to keep her home? Who will represent the veteran struggling to navigate the legal system? Who will stand up for the child caught in a bitter custody battle? The answer, Mr. Chair, is that without the Civil Law Center, these individuals have no one. I urge my colleagues to consider the human cost of this amendment. This is not about numbers on a page. This is about the lives of our people. The Civil Law Center is not just a line item in a budget. It is a vital office that provides hope, justice, and representation for those who need it most. I urge my colleagues to oppose these amendments, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on the amendment? I'm looking for any hands. If not,
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
yes.
Yes, the previous speakers talking about closing doors, dismantling an agency. It's absolutely not related to the amendment that's being made. The public defender controls its doors, its agencies,
Objection,
and
Mr.
the
Chair.
services.
She could testify on close.
If they do what they are required to do by federal grant, they will continue to do the legal services for the senior citizens, the legal services
Point of
for
order, Mr. Chair.
protective
She's
orders,
testifying.
and the legal services,
Madam Speaker.
and the legal services for the veterans. Those are all federally funded grants, and they're mandated.
Point of order,
Under-
Mr. Chair. She's
understood.
testifying.
Point of order. Ma'am, you can now close and give your spiel on the amendment, okay? There's no one else that would like to speak on the amendment. Ma'am, Madam Speaker, you're closing? Yeah, he's done. Senator Parker said he's done. And there's no one raised their hand to speak? Oh, you did? Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, then, before she closes, then, Madam Vice, go ahead and speak, and then I'm going to allow the speaker to close her amendment, okay? So, Madam Speaker, Vice Speaker,
Thank you,
please
Mr.
speak.
Chair.
Thank you.
As I look at this amendment and the provision of taking 450,411 from Section 4 of this bill, of this budget bill, I'm really taken aback, Mr. Chair, because as the previous speaker spoke, I was informed by Public Defender's Office that the number of protective orders have gone up since they have been receiving many referrals from the Attorney General's office in lieu of criminal charges. They did receive a small grant to assist with veterans issues, and the grant from ARPA for elders is $200,000, and the grant for domestic violence is at 30. And I'm sharing with you, having worked at Public Defenders for over 15 years, our local Manamkas, local victims of abuse, and local veterans deserve local funding. That is my personal take. Mr. Chair, as we pit one program with another, it really hurts my heart, because I do too want to support the efforts of finding resources for the Cancer Trust Fund. But I also know the reason Public Defender Service Corporation was founded on the principle of working to provide legal services for the most vulnerable, the indigent community who don't know how to represent themselves. And having worked there over 15 years in the past, Mr. Chair, they don't control the clients that come in. These folks in the indigent community also deserve proper representation. And if you take funding away, the Civil Law Center that was created was to make sure that there was provisions in place to help our community, our local people. And to pit that against trying to take from Peter to pay Paul, it's not a fair sentiment. I really want to find a resolve. But you shared that if we wanted to find funding for the programs, we needed to look for it, not to take it from one agency to do another, or to do another program. Mr. Chair, this is important. This is important to our Manamkos. This is important to our veterans. This is important to our local community who can't. You don't even have to look far out there and see see our community and what we have to do. It's our obligation. But I cannot find it in here to take, not because I worked there before, because I know in my heart what we have to do to provide that service. I left Public Defender's Office as an investigator. And let me tell you, every day was a trying day, just trying to get the support for them. Taking these resources away from them would be so detrimental when we as an August body found the avenue to provide and help the Public Defender Service Corporation, the Alternative Public Defender's Office, and to provide the Civil Law Center to help our community at the indigent level. You can't keep taking from Peter to pay Paul. I wish we can find the resolve for this, but it shouldn't be taking it from the Public Defender's Office, who provides the critical service and the mandates to help our most vulnerable in the indigent community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fisher, and then followed by Senator Nicholas. Speak on the amendment, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. There's a pattern emerging in this legislature. First of all, I got to agree with Senator Tina and Senator Will. Why are we going after the people who are least able to defend themselves? First, we got rid of the Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention. Got rid of that. Now we're going to get rid of the Civil Law Center. I wonder if there's a common thread that runs between the Civil Law Center and the Office of Homelessness. I think there is a common thread. The common thread is both of these offices are designed and funded to help the poor and the indigent, and now we think that it is appropriate to go after them because probably they're least able to defend themselves. How much further marginalization do you want for these people? Are you going to institute a poll tax so they can't vote? How much more isolation do you? I don't understand why some people seem to despise the poor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Nicholas.
Thank you,
On the
Mr.
amendment, sir.
Yeah, on the amendment, thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the memo here, representing Manamcos under 60 is not funded by grants. Helping veterans is extremely limited to $10,000 grant. Malatsay todo esti salapi yon dia. PDSC turns 50 years old next year. From its birth, our office has provided civil legal assistance to the indigent, imas mamobli, the poor, the manamko, and they're going to stand there and they're going to lie. They're going to pomandagi. So all the manamkos under 60 will not be funded by the grant, but they're telling you the manamkos are going to get represented because of a grant. The pomatsuli estina salapi, the ponai I ochuna abagao to the rich. Hasu manyay luods and manyay nahu pomatsuli estina salapi. Dama amut I manyainata esti hafa pomatsogwi zakada matui or an election hasu pagu afa matsotsogwi gini halam Satima representanzu. Pomatsuli estina salapira and take it from Paul to pay pari. Isn't that the quote from some other people in here? Peter to pay pari. Para te disetentudzi esti Imanam kota, imanyainata, esti para ponsogwi. Gingagi si tatawag niya ko bababay lunmizu. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak? Senator Titagui. Anyone else after Senator Titagui, just so I can know? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. I have a question to ask. Was this in the FY24 budget? Was this FY24 budget?
No, it was
This
not.
appropriation, Steve, can you answer the question? OFB, was this in the FY24 budget?
It wasn't specifically in the FY24, but my understanding is this particular program is funded by ARPA funds.
Is funded by what?
ARPA.
Oh, ARPA funds. Okay. So can you tell us then how much does this this particular program get in federal funding?
The information I got, Senator, is they only reported 190,000.
So they
as
get
federal grants.
190,000?
Yes,
190,000 in federal funds?
yes. That's what they reported.
That's what they reported.
Yes.
No more than 190, not 90.
190,000.
Point of information, their letter says at least 300,000.
So they actually really get 300,000. Is that what the speaker said? I just wanted to verify that.
As I stated, what they reported was 190,000.
Okay, but in reality, they get about 300,000 is what I was told. Can you verify that, please? And can you also verify how much in ARPA funding did they get last year?
They're working that right now, Senator Tiger.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those numbers are very important, Mr. Chair. And
Yes.
while they're doing that, I'll continue on. Okay,
Okay.
while they're fixing the case.
All right.
You know, it's really ironic, Mr. Chair. I think people seem to think they can be really loud in here, that it's going to make a difference, but what's coming out of their mouth is obviously doesn't make any sense. Peter to pay Paul, that's exactly what we're doing here. We're taking from the Cancer Foundation, the Cancer Fund, because we funded them $3 million. And based on law, based on Guam Code annotated in law, they are to get a certain percentage of the Healthy Futures Fund. Unfortunately, the Healthy Futures Fund has been tracking lower than what's been projected. So the general fund has swooped in to try and cover those expenses. Where it fell short. But in this budget, it did not cover the expenses for the Cancer Foundation. You talk about the most vulnerable people on this island. These are people who are dying, not seeking legal help. But these people who are dying, your brothers, your sisters, your family, our community, who's been plagued by cancer, who we've gone to constantly, there's 3 to 4 fundraisers a night to help families assist their loved one going through this terrible, terrible disease that ultimately usually takes them. We're talking about people dying here. And we did not take from them? Oh, yes, you did. Peter to pay Paul, you took from last year, FY24, we gave $3 million to the cancer care. And guess what? They only got $1 million this year. $1 million. So where did that money go? So you took from Peter to pay Paul. That happened first. Now you're claiming we're going to take this one to pay the cancer fund? No. We're just taking back what was taken from the cancer fund. That's the reality of it. We can't fund everything. Inflation has grown so much, it's cost this government more money. And what else are we doing? We're growing the government on top of that. So inflation on top of growing. Now it all boils down to who gets it in the budget bill first, instead of what really matters. That's why I asked regarding this particular amendment. from the Civil Law Center. How much do they get a year? How much have they been getting? And now we are giving them something new that they didn't get last year that was subsidized by ARP funding, which I've constantly told everybody that we have to be careful. This funding is a one-time injection, even by the federal government. They have told territories and states the money is not to be used to uproot a new program or sustain anything. It's a one-time injection. The new norm is not here yet. If they have funding and then been taking care of the Manamco, the veterans, then that's a good thing. I don't want to see that unfunded at all. But if we have to stick to a budget that we had in FY24 and stay consistent, and the only increase that we are appropriating to these agencies is the salary increases that happened last year, the 22%, the incentives, which is the mass majority of this increased budget from FY24 to FY25. What this amendment does, my good colleagues and those who are listening, is it took money that could have been given to the Guam Cancer Care Foundation and put it into an organization that receives money from federal funds up to $300,000+. So we are keeping them whole from last year. Hopefully, we're keeping them whole. And just giving it back to the cancer care. Because they're short. And anyone who's listening, who knows of a family member who's had to go through cancer, it's devastating. It takes everybody, not just the person who has cancer, but it takes everybody's heart away and just, they're a lost soul when a family member has cancer. My mother has it right now and not much time. I've had cancer. And I know what it's like. People need help, Mr. Chair, and my colleagues. They're individuals that need help who are dying, not seeking legal help, but they're dying. And let's give them a fighting chance to survive. The Cancer Care Foundation provides funding for people who need to go off island for treatment. The Cancer Care Foundation provides medication, assistance. Some of us in here are very lucky to have at least some funding to cover themselves in the event they get sick. But a lot of people don't. And you see that every day when you receive a WhatsApp on a fundraising ticket for medical. And every time you see that fundraising ticket that comes to you and you look at that, the hope is that the Cancer Care Foundation can help cover some of those expenses. That's what you should think in your mind. And of course, donate if you can. But next time you receive a fundraiser for a medical fundraiser, and you vote no on this amendment, just remember what you did to that person who's fighting for their life. Mr. Chair, you said you have some information?
Yes, OFB is ready to provide it. Steve, information for Senator Tyree?
Just to be clear, yeah, the money that's being proposed to be transferred is not Healthy Future Fund money. This is money from the general fund.
No, it's if I may, I mentioned that earlier, that you have subsidized with general fund money where Healthy Futures Funds has lacked. And you've done that several places because the Healthy Futures Fund is not tracking. So I'm talking about general fund money. Okay, I understand that this money that you're putting in here is general fund money, but that general fund money can also subsidize the Cancer Care Foundation because it's falling short, like other areas that you've addressed.
That could be done, yes. But unfortunately, when we prepared the bill, it wasn't done that way. But you're absolutely right.
Okay. If I may, Steve, can I ask a question? Have you subsidized other areas with general fund money where once upon a time Healthy Futures Fund?
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, thank you, in this bill. Okay, so that's exactly what we're doing here.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Is that all, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
that he wanted to
was
give me
any
an
other-
information?
any
I
other
just wanted to
information you wanted
verify.
provide, or nothing else?
Just again for the body. In FY24, the total estimated amount for the Healthy Future Fund was estimated at $33 million. In the governor's request for FY25, she listed it down as $31.7 million. But actually going and looking at the tracking of the Healthy Future Fund for the last 2-3 years, OFB's recommendation projected is only at $23.5 million. So that's almost a $10 million drop in the Healthy Future Fund, which if we were to keep the same level for most agencies that are funded out of the Healthy Future Fund, the general fund is subsidizing almost $10 million to this fund. And I can go down the list and show you how the allocation was made out of the Healthy Future Fund to show you that almost all the programs received a cut. And those programs that remain status quo are only because of the fixed costs incurred by these programs. And that's why, in the case of the Cancer Trust Fund, we saw a reduction in FY25. But I mean, I can go down the list and show you where these agencies got tremendous cuts. And it's not because we didn't want to fund one to the other. What we did is we had to go back and make sure we fund the fixed costs and all those other areas where we can, I don't know how to say it, but we can afford to kind of like, levy basically what we can appropriate. Those were the programs that received the cuts.
Thank you, Steve, for that. And once again, I know the difficult position we are, but with the Cancer Foundation, that's by law. It's in the Guam Code annotated how much money we're supposed to give to the Cancer Foundation. It's by law, and we're not following that. Lastly, Mr. Chair, just for a point of information, the Public Defender Service Corporation from the ARP funding received $1,573,000 of $1,572,083. 1.5 is what the Public Defender Service Corporation received. So I'm hoping they have some lapses on that and they can gear it toward that. But talk about taking from Peter to pay Paul, Mr. Chair. We're just returning what was taken.
All right.
Thank you.
Point of information before we go to whoever else is going to speak on the amendment.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that
Is this a point of information?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
point of
Oh,
information.
okay. I'm sorry, couldn't hear you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this cancer fund is funded by the Healthy Futures Fund, which is funded by cigarette taxes. But people have moved from cigarettes to vapes, and we do not tax vapes with the same sin taxes as cigarettes. So nobody has stolen from the cancer fund. It was just that people are smoking cigarettes less and we don't tax vapes. That's my point of information. Thank
Point
you,
of
Mr. Chair.
information, Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
that's incorrect. They have stolen from the cancer fund because the law says to give them 15%, which would have been $3 million. They are only giving them $1 million. So they took the other $2 million and doled it out to what they call fixed cost and let the Guam Cancer Trust bear the burden of what they call because we can afford to cut them,
Wrong.
contrary to law.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Senator Brown.
Try again? Okay, sorry about that. I guess the mic is waking up this morning. I definitely speak in support of this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's unfortunate. You know, I mean, we want to look at this budget in terms of priority. And, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of advocates here, certainly for the Public Defender's Office. I've seen that over the last several budget years here. But definitely the cancer issue, and my colleagues that spoke prior, I don't know anyone here who has not been touched by cancer. I just got another notice this morning, as many of us have, for another medical fundraiser for a relative's daughter that has been afflicted with an illness. And while we have many priorities, I mean, there are things obviously in this budget we funded because there's a desire to do it, and it was included. But something as critical as the service the Cancer Care Fund provides is important. And as you know, Senator Tello mentioned, as I know the speaker intends, I mean, that's life and death, literally. And if we're not supporting that, then what are we doing? So I certainly rise in support of this amendment. And colleagues, I think, you know, to pit one issue against the other, this is such an important issue. Cancer is very vicious. It's very vicious. And fortunately, with technology, some people are able to survive, some people are able to survive a little longer, and then unfortunately, there are those that don't, that go through all the suffering, and at the end of the day, they don't survive. But these are the type of things we need to look at in terms of priority. So it's hard to argue that this is not a priority when you're literally fighting for your life, particularly if your situation requires you to go off island for care. So I'm definitely in support of this proposed amendment, and it's unfortunate that this is something that is not funded, because we can look at a lot of things in this budget that we would say is not the biggest priority. So I definitely stand in support of this amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Burnett.
Mr. Chair. I was talking to my Auntie Jeannie last night. She passed from cancer several years ago, and unfortunately, like many of our people who fight this deadly disease, they have no choice but to leave their home because we don't have the care. And she thought it was vertigo. She went to a doctor. I said, oh, we're going to run some more tests. Went to another doctor, ran the tests, and it turned out that she had stage 4 cancer. And there wasn't much time. And so one of the things that we're able to do before she left her home to die was to get a $500 grant from Guam Cancer Care. And I know when you're facing a situation like that, some people out here might think $500, that $500 really helped out. And it's just unfortunate that we're put in this position in this budget where we have to make these tough decisions, where we have to be attacked for simply trying to help people who need help. They said the sky isn't falling. They said that, oh, this budget, if we pass it, nobody's going to get hurt. The sky isn't falling. That's very easy to say when you cut your deal. Because let's be real, people of Guam, that's exactly what happened. We came in here, everyone had amendments with appropriations that would address these shortfalls, these shortcomings, these areas of need, these areas where people who deserve help were shortchanged. Isn't that what we do in a budget process? We try and appropriate money and direct it to areas where it's absolutely needed. But instead, we were told, oh, the sky isn't falling because you cut a deal to get all of your sweetheart appropriations in this supplemental budget bill.
Point of inquiry. Mr. Chair, point of inquiry.
Stand by, Senator Barnett. Point of inquiry? What is your point of
Yes,
inquiry?
could the gentleman describe what these deals are that we've been making in the
Okay.
back room? Because I've heard that before, and I'm just wondering what the deal
All right.
is. Could he
Okay.
describe it?
Well, Senator
Maybe
Barnett.
the people who made the deal should describe it, Mr. Chair. May I continue?
Oh, yes, please continue.
Sidos
then.
Masi. So we're put in this position because we can't do exactly what you do in a budget process. And so instead, we're forced to make these decisions to take money from here and put it over here and then get crucified for it. When they paint this nightmare scenario that they're going to lock the doors over there at the public defender and the Manomco are going to be outside, that's not what's going to happen. But when the Healthy Futures Fund and these funds for cancer patients are shortchanged by $2 million, and we can't move money to where it's needed, then what choices do we have? And so it's this perversion of the budget process that has led us to where we are today. And simply just trying to move money to where it is most needed. Do you think we want to take money from the Manomco? But we are talking about people who are fighting cancer. People who are not just dying, but trying to live. And so when you take away our ability, one of the main responsibilities we were elected for, I hear it all the time in this term. Oh, that's the only thing we're elected for is do the budget. Now we can't even do the budget the way we're supposed to. I know the people of Guam are watching, and they see it for what it is. They see that there are colleagues in here who are trying to do the right thing. Sidos Masi.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Senator Dueñas.
Sidos Masi, Mr. Chairman. You know, on this floor, one of the things that irks me is people like to make claims, but they won't get specific about the claims they're making. And I wonder sometimes if those who are new to this process and obviously have never probably taken the interest of understanding how the government runs and how quarterly allotments, monthly allotments, daily allotments are and can be released to departments, with a $91 million increase in this budget, deals $100 and some million worth of additional appropriations in the miscellaneous provisions with $27 million of money, possibly. Deals? How much money did these people have in there that they knew couldn't be funded? So they can run around and say, "Good morning, Guam. I gave you $1 million. No, you didn't. You put an appropriation, and we've added it up, Mr. Chairman, of well over $100 million. And it's not one amendment for $100 million, although that amendment may exist, but the total of all those amendments that this body voted to move to a supplemental appropriation to clearly identify priorities, which this should be top of the list, is why this body and the majority voted to do that later. I've been talking to the folks outside, and I'm texting with the Cancer Trust Fund Administrator. I said, we've gotten to 1.4 because another amendment put another 4 in there. And I'm working to make sure we get the 1.6 either in a supplemental appropriation or utilizing what has been the practice, and I'm communicating right now with Ed Byrne. Will you continue to subsidize shortfalls in special funds like you've been doing? I'm waiting on that answer. Cutting deals? I have not moved one penny, because I have to stick to my principles, Mr. Chairman, of saying we're going to do this. But we're not going to do funny money. We're not going to pretend like we gave all of these people these appropriations when we know damn well the money's not there. Talk about election year promises. Of course, nay, because the first month of the fiscal year won't even be just barely completed. But you can still go to all your meetings and everything else and say, nah, man, I gave you 5 million, Gatsung. Really? 5 million? As part of 120 million in appropriations that might have 27 million in it? Basta Gatsung. Stop telling about deals, and if you're going to say about deals, put the deals on the table, dude. Because I can accuse you of the same thing. You know, I don't like to get into a rhetoric exchange, but I'll do it when you come at me. Because the bottom line, because I know that that's, I won't say my friend because he's not my friend. The speaker earlier, about this sky's not falling, I know he's trying to go after me, but I'll tell you what. The point of that is because I run agencies before. I know how to manage cash in the government. And I know how to go to the governor and sit in that office and don't leave until I got that money or put my resignation on the desk. Because I won't run an operation if I know the critical resources needed are not there to run it. I'd rather go home and go do the other jobs that I always loved doing before I came to do this. But that's the purpose for the comment. And yes, you can jerk tears and you could say, what about this person over here and what? Well, what about the director? I'm going to ask the director. How many times have you been downtown? Because you better do what I did. Go park yourself. And don't move until you have those resources. I don't have a Bible here, but I would put my hand on it right now and say I made no deal. And if I did, I got a bad deal. Because there's nothing in here for me or for my mangatsung We're a full-time body, Mr. Chairman. A lot of people love to say, oh no, don't ever make this body part-time because we got work to do. The process of government doesn't stop after you put forward this plan, as Steve said. This is a plan. Come back to work tomorrow. And get with your oversight. Do the job done. But to accuse here, you know, it's just over the top. Sometimes we sit here and say, $91 million, holy cow. The budget keeps growing, the budget keeps growing. And then we turn around and go to the miscellaneous provision and say, let's grow some more, 120 million. Cash management, Mr. Chairman, you know what that is. And go to the person who has the cash. The only time a governor is in trouble with managing cash is when they spend more than they take in. Why do we have a 15% transfer authority provision in this budget? So that a governor, not just this governor, every governor has a tool to subsidize shortfalls. So I don't blame inexperience or lack of knowledge, but this is our second budget session. And many of us who have run operations have talked about this. 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak before I just give a quick comment? Senator Paris?
Yeah, if I can get a rundown, can you refresh my memory? Was the itemized budget presented by the Public Defenders Corporation regarding the Civil Law Center?
I'll have OFB answer that.
Yes, they did, Senator, for 2025.
Yeah, so this law center has been in existence for quite some time, and I'm just wondering, what was the comparison? Because it was under, okay, I'm getting a frown look over there. Is that not correct?
Oh, it's correct.
Yeah, so if you can give us the numbers, the previous versus the current funding levels, if I can get a...
Well, previous year they reported 856,000. And then this year's, they requested 991,000.
Okay, and is it true that they were under the public defenders before? Is that true?
It was, yes, it's under public defender, but the funding mainly came from ARPA, the 1.5, which they had, and for 3 years. So that funding is running out. And then also the grants, they also said have limited purposes, and also that grant funding is also, I believe, running out as well. That's why they're requesting local funding.
Okay, I've also noticed in the staffing pattern, so they were under the public defenders, right, all this time, until this budget bill?
Yes, they should have been.
Okay. And so the rent was covered by, were they all housed under the same building? Since it was under public defenders?
I'm not sure, Senator.
Can you look at the itemized list? Is it there in their budget, or is it?
I'll take a look. One moment.
I just want to get a sense because, you know, if there's an increase that can be absorbed somewhere else, maybe we could figure out
Okay,
you know,
Senator,
what is the budget for
just to be clear, Public Defender Service Corporation did have a public hearing on their budget. We also met with them in my office. They delineated exactly what the requirements were for FY25. We took that into consideration. We also took into consideration their current funding out of the local funds. We took the consideration of the ARPA funds that they have. They did receive 1.5 million. That money is to be spent over the next 3 years. I believe the balance of that roughly is about 300-some thousand, but what they reported, I believe, is only about 197. So if we're trying to figure out how much they spent, I can only go back and surmise that whatever is the balance right now, which is about 197, is the balance of that grant they received. As far as any appropriations being made out of the local funds, I believe for the Civil Law Center, the 920, the 900 and, let's see, or the amount they're asking is that we appropriate in the law was strictly the amount they needed to operate the program in FY25, also including the remaining federal dollars they have available, which is, I believe, expires in September. So any monies we're adding onto the program is what they need to continue the program at their current expenditure rate, less whatever federal grants they had previously that was availed to them.
Okay. Okay, so they were housed in a separate place. They weren't in the same location. So that money that they got from ARPA funds paid for all their operations, including rent? That is separate from what the public defenders has?
My understanding, it was to pay for, program expenses.
Okay. Do we have any lapses from either public defenders? What are the lapses there?
From prior years?
Yeah.
Local funds.
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to local funds?
Whatever lapses, do you have a determination on that?
Let me check if I can, let me see if I can pull it up. We would have to check, Senator, because we're not hooked up to their system. We don't know exactly what their lapses are at this point.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we can probably shift some of the lapses for funding, if that's possible to.
Senator Perez, why don't we take a short recess and then they'll research that so they can provide all that information, okay? Recess at this time for about 5 minutes. Committee of the Whole is called back to order. OFB will now brief Senator Paris on the requested info so we can end this, and then I can give a short comment, then Madam Speaker will be able to speak. Close? I believe everybody has spoken already. Correct? Thank you. Senator Paris? Okay. OFB.
Okay, for information we just got was that for FY24, they anticipate no lapses. For prior years, I believe going back 2 years, they might have a balance of roughly about $200,000 is what they estimate. But according to their FY24 expense levels, they don't anticipate any lapses due to the fact that they had to pay the attorney's pay, and they were not given any appropriation for that payment. So whatever lapses they were anticipating for 24, that's what it's being used for.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a potential amendment to fund this, not in its entirety though. So, do I need to create an amendment?
You're going to do
to
an
the
amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's allowed, if I'm
So
correct.
can I,
It is
do I-
allowed.
Do I need to have it written down?
If you can, please, I would hope.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
you
I
can
asked
speak
the-
it through and then,
I asked the staff to send me the template. If you can send me the template, I could submit it.
it's been sent. They said it's been sent, so.
And just give me one, can I get a recess to do this then?
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll give a couple more minutes recess so we can just get our amendment. Thank you. Recess this time. committee of the whole is called back to order. Senator Parrish, we do have a copy now, and it's been passed out, your amendment, your proffered amendment. If you can go ahead and read out your amendment, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to find other sources of funding to make up for the 450,000. I did find excess funds, unallotted funds from the HRA, which I think equals about 275,000, if I can get confirmation on that.
OFB, if you can please respond to her inquiry in 24 laps.
No, just say that, and then we'll hear the director. The lapse we're seeing in the system is $274,082.
And that's from who?
It's
Who's
from
that?
appropriated to the Hagana Restoration Redevelopment
Oh, from
Authority.
HRA. Okay.
For fiscal year 24 and prior years. So maybe I think I should move it up to 270, that amount then, instead of 110.
Instead of 110, my colleagues, she's doing a change from 110 to, what was that amount, ma'am, so that we can make sure everybody's in agreement to that? I have no objection to that.
Whatever's in the lapse amount is 274.
I beg your pardon? Can you speak on that, please?
I just want to caution, because that's based on 2024 level. They're still operating. There could be things that are not recorded in the system, so I'm not too sure about.
Okay.
But that's what's showing at the moment for 2024.
So maybe 200,000 might be safe, 250?
I would not know.
Maybe,
Yeah,
okay,
because
then-
I don't know what's not recorded in the system or what's still in process.
Okay, so maybe then 200. I think that gives them a cushion.
I
So I'm changing the 110 to 200 at this point.
Does anyone have any objection to that? We just line it and just change the 110 to 200,000? If there's no objection, then that's ready.
And the amount.
OFB, I think, Chief Analyst, there's Steve.
I mean, you can poke.
We get Steve first to comment. So we'll be clear of where we're getting into. Okay? Steve? Steve, if you can, please respond.
Okay, if I'm reading this amendment correct, the intent is to appropriate 110,000 from the Hagana Restoration Development Authority for fiscal year 24 and prior years shall be appropriate to the Guam Cancer. First of all, if you're going to appropriate, I'm assuming you're appropriating from the FY24 appropriation level. Is that my understanding? Is that your intent?
Repeat the question.
Are you trying to appropriate $110,000 using FY24 appropriation?
Yeah, I'm using the lapse funds.
Okay. First of all, yeah, it would be difficult to appropriate FY24 appropriation funding because those funds, the $110,000, is already appropriated in the FY24 budget. If your intent is to appropriate $110,000 from the 24 budget to another agency, in my experience, you would have to go back first and deappropriate the $110,000 from the agency that you're taking from, and then reappropriate again to another agency. The other thing is that we don't normally appropriate lapses. Because in order for you to appropriate lapses, you would have to do the same thing. You would have to go back to the year that you're identifying the lapses, deappropriate that amount, and then reappropriate again in the year that you're trying to have the funds expended. Because every time you appropriate, you're appropriating in funds that have already been appropriated for a specific use. And that's my assumption, that's my think of what you're trying to do here. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, is this semantics? Is there a better word that I can use? Or is it basically a process that has to be totally changed?
Well, part of your intent here, Senator, is to utilize a part here says prior years. So I'm assuming you're talking about available balances. So you can just authorize the use of those available balances. But what's unique about your amendment here is that you're authorizing the available balances of one department to be used by another. I've not seen that in the past.
All right, so maybe it's a little more complicated. You know, at this time, I would, withdraw my amendment then, amendment to the amendment.
All right, thank you. Back to, I think everybody spoke on the amendment as proffered by the speaker. I just have one comment because it was mentioned by my colleagues about the budget. There was an open invitation to everyone, okay? I just want to comment to what one of the colleagues mentioned, Madam Speaker, and then you'll be able to close, okay? I don't need to step down. The budget was offered to everyone, and not everyone showed up, okay? You know who you are that showed up. So to say you didn't know, wrong answer. Moving along, Speaker Terlai, you may now close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the budget bill that we are reviewing right now was not made available to us at that meeting. It was made available to us on the same few, maybe even the day before that we came in to substitute the bill. So we're talking about all of this bill altogether. And that actually brings me to exactly why this amendment is here. Yes, everybody's upset because it's a very hard decision. The services that the government of Guam is trying to provide for the people of Guam, we have challenges all over the place. None of them is maxed out, funded enough, serving everybody. All of them are limited by the funds that we are giving them. And we are trying in here to balance the funds that we have and make sure that all services are taken care of to the greatest extent that we can. And probably none of those, even with this amendment, the Guam Cancer Trust Fund would still be over $1.5 million short. Still. The Guam Cancer Trust Fund was supposed to receive $3 million according to law, according to the Healthy Futures Fund law that levies a tax on tobacco and says this is where we're going to put that money into the Guam Cancer Trust Fund, 15%, which would be $3 million this year, according to the OFB Healthy Future Fund's projections for this year. They should get that amount. Other agencies are also supposed to get that amount. Other agencies are also supposed to get amounts from the Healthy Futures Fund in certain percentages. So when the fund tracks lower, they get lower. So that's why this year it's $3 million that they're supposed to receive, not 4.9 like they were supposed to receive last year with a higher revenue projection. They've lowered the revenue projection for that fund, and so but they're still supposed to receive $3 million. The budget bill came out of committee without giving them what was statutorily mandated as $3 million, and gave them only $1 million. And the issue that the Cancer Trust Fund is facing is that $1 million is $2 million less than what was appropriated in FY 2024 and what was granted out to patients in FY 2024, which means $2 million less of services. That's a 66% decrease in appropriation from FY 2024. It's also $2.5 million less than what is mandated that they should have by law. The whole reason behind taxing tobacco. The Cancer Trust Fund serves cancer patients through direct support services, including direct financial assistance, patient navigation, off-island travel assistance, patient supplies, cancer screening. They give money for supplies such as colostomy supplies, nutrition supplements, wheelchairs, walkers, as prescribed by cancer providers. The patient navigators help to bring in $5.4 million in services by navigating them through to free oral chemotherapy medication and other things. These are essential. And cutting them from $3 million last year to $1 million this year is going to cripple what we are providing to cancer patients. And no one wants to be in here cutting one budget for somebody's budget. Of course they're going to object to somebody else's budget. But that's what's happened here in this budget session. We have been cut off from increasing revenues, even though the fiscal team of the governor recommended we increase the revenue projection by at least $10 million. We have been cut off by motions here from using FY24 excess revenues, from addressing the amendments that were proposed to use FY24 cash, FY24 excess cash for the Guam Cancer Trust Fund. We've also been cut off by motion from using FY25 excess potential cash. We've also been cut off from using the Health and Human Services Fund and other special funds. That part doesn't make sense. So we have been told the only way that we can fund cancer patients is by cutting someplace else in the budget. So you can talk all you want about how I don't like poor people. That is really silly. Because when we have the opportunity to fund it out of a cash that will not hurt anybody else, you voted to do that, to not let us do that. The rulings, the bill as it came out of committee, the rulings by the chair, the motions and votes by this body, they're all tying us up so that the only way to fund anybody, in addition to what was presented by OFB, is to take it from one of these other agencies. So I'm very sorry, but I had to choose an agency that was getting, according to the budget sheet I received from OFB, they received in FY24 $8.7 million. FY25 governor's request is $7.8 million, $1 million less. The agency wanted $9.8 million, and OFB gave them all of it, their higher requests over the FY 2024. Again, while the Guam Cancer Trust Fund was cut by $2 million between FY 24 and FY 25. So we're trying to balance services here. And the public defender in their letter says The actual cost of running the office is about $990,000, and they receive grants about $300,000 a year. So my amendment to remove $450,000 from the $990,000 extra that they are receiving this fiscal year would still leave them with above what they received in FY24 by far. It would still leave them with almost the same amount that they say they need to operate if they use the $300,000 in grants, if they use the lapses from ARP that they claim they still have. There's still $500,000 left in this appropriation. Plus, all of this was funded out of ARP funds, and they want the local people to carry this now. We can't decide to do that, but ARP funds are still available until December. So maybe they can use ARP funds like they used ARP funds to grow these programs beyond the level of the grants for the first until December, or whenever the ARP funds are no longer able to be used. My understanding is that you can encumber those, and they were perfectly eligible for ARP funding before. They should be perfectly eligible for ARP funding now. So people who say, the nerve of us to take one from another, that is not our choice, our luxury here. It's the rules that was put on us by votes of this body and rulings of the chair. Both programs will be benefited. The Public Defender's Civic Center will be able to operate with the remaining funds. The Guam Cancer Trust Fund will receive just $450,000 more out of the $2 million really that we need to find to give them. That's a third, less than a third. It's less than a sixth. I don't know. It's 450 out of 2 million that we really owe them and that they have provided in services in FY24, and that we really would be hurting these cancer patients. So this public defender, they can make this
Point of order,
adjustment,
time.
Madam
and we
Speaker.
can continue to
All right.
take care of both of these, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. There's an amendment on the floor. All in favor, or are there any objection?
Roll call, Mr. Chair.
There's two. Okay.
I'm doing a roll call.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Who's making the roll call?
I am,
You
sir.
are one,
1, 2.
two, three. Okay, let's do the roll call. Clerk?
Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett, aye. Senator Blas. Senator Blas, nay. Senator Brown. Senator Brown, aye. Senator Dueñas. Senator Dueñas, nay. Senator Fisher. Senator Fisher, nay. Senator Lujan. Senator Lujan, aye. Vice Speaker Munya Barnes. Vice Speaker Munya Barnes, nay. Senator Parkinson. Senator Parkinson, nay. Senator Perez. Senator Perez, aye. Senator Canata. Senator Canata, nay. Senator San Agustin. Senator San Agustin, nay. Senator San Nicolas. Senator San Nicolas, nay. Senator Shelton.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to excuse members not present.
Objection.
You have an objection? Did somebody say objection? Are you objecting to it, ma'am? Yes or no? Yes, you are. There's objection. All in favor of the motion to excuse members not present, please raise your hand. Motion passes. Members excused.
Senator Shelton excused. Senator Taitagui.
Ngan.
Senator Taitagui, aye. Speaker Talahi. Speaker Talahi, aye.
The vote is 6 ayes, 8 nays, 1 excuse. Amendment fails. Moving on to the next amendment. Madam Speaker, your next amendment?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion notwithstanding the rules to entertain the amendment to the budget that would give $1 million from FY24 excess revenues cash to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund.
Can you try that one more time? The motion?
Yes, I'm making a motion notwithstanding the rules, or, yeah, your rules, that we entertain the amendment to the budget bill sponsored by Senator Taitagui that was put into the stack earlier and then removed, that would give $1 million from the excess 24 revenues cash to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund. That's cash. It's taken from no other agency. It's completely available to us. And they are in great need.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a motion on the floor to go back, notwithstanding the rules, to give $1 million, correct, from 2024?
Yes.
Point of it.
Okay, it's from
inquiry,
2024
Mr. Chair.
excess. Yeah, Madam Vice, do you have
Yeah,
a?
that means that if we go back, that we would grant this exception for this program and not the other amendments for all the other things that the GDOE and other health agencies, and I thought this was your rules of engagement,
No.
so I just wanted to.
It was a motion made, and it was accepted by the body to not entertain 24-25. Her motion is notwithstanding the House rules that we take 1 million from 24. That's the motion. Is there an objection to that motion? There, I see 2 hands. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Motion fails. Madam Speaker, you have an amendment still on the drive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This remaining amendment was to acknowledge that if the previous amendment had passed, the 450 out of the Civic Law Center would still leave 500,000 with a public defender, and I was suggesting that that be allocated for criminal defense attorneys because we are in great need of criminal defense attorneys, and they can do that by just separating another entity like they did with the alternate public defender, and decrease the conflicts and increase the number of indigent defense attorneys. But Mr. Chair, I'm going to withdraw this. This we can take care of another time, and it's really just to make a point that we do have critical services for the people of Guam. Maybe all of these services that we've talked about today are all critical. But how we decided that one agency is going to get more than what they had in 2024 by $1 million, and one agency was going to get less than what they had in 2024 by $2 million, it's not logical to me. It's illegal because it doesn't fund the Guam Cancer Trust Fund according to the law. It forces us to look at each of these agencies and, of course, try to get money from them, try to get money from what the people of Guam, for what they need. And OFB had no other suggestions as to where we're going to get this money. We know that the money is sitting there, FY24 excess. And this body, some people said, if I'm running the agency, I would just sit at the governor's office until I get money. Is that really what we want our cancer patients to do? I think that's actually what they are doing. They are begging, and they should not have to beg. It's really that. And the amendment that failed, it would have taken care of public defender. They would have been taken care of. And they can be taken care of with ARP, which is not extended to the cancer patients. So if we want to sit in here it's, I don't know. For me, I'm just trying to be as reasonable as possible. It's all a balancing act, but it should be compassionate, it should be fair, it should be logical, it should follow the law. If we don't want to follow the law, then somebody go in there and say, these tobacco taxes, we don't want to allocate it the way legislatures before us wanted to allocate it. We want to allocate it to our pet projects. We want to allocate it to increased salaries. Not to GMH, not to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund. Because that's what we've done. That's what this budget is doing. I'm trying my best to make some amendments to it. Little amendments. $450,000. It's not enough for our cancer patients. 1 million is not enough. For services that are not covered by insurance, services that are not covered by Medicaid, the co-payments that are exorbitant. But it's really supposed to be the Guam Legislature that decides when an agency wants to expand its services, what those should be, what the policy is, what are we going to fund. If they get federal grants and expand, we can't control that. Only the governor controls ARP funds. But to rob from one cancer trust fund in order that we're going to fund this expansion, that's the part to me that's wrong. And that's the part to me that we could have rectified easily, without any,
all right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know what, any accusations against each other for things that we've really been put in this position by some of your own actions. You think it's funny that they're going to wait until October to know whether we're going to be able to fund transportation for cancer patients. I don't think that's funny. I don't think it's funny that they're going to have to go beg to the governor that they get money for cancer patients. And I don't think that's what the legislature should be doing. I don't think there's any need for that. The only need that we had when we were facing $100 million of appropriation amendments versus $27 million in cash was to prioritize right now for ourselves. That's our job, and let's do it. As opposed to putting that off for somebody else to do before October, or making these agencies wait, and guess, and beg. And not just agencies, patients, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So I'm speaking.
Yeah, but you don't have an amendment to be speaking on.
I'm speaking on this amendment, Mr.
No,
Chair.
you withdraw the amendment.
I am speaking on this amendment, Mr. Chair.
You said you withdrawn it, Madam Speaker. I'm not, and it's not a funny matter.
Well, I am going to withdraw it, Mr. Chair, but I'm speaking on what it's about and why I am withdrawing it, Mr. Chair, but I have that right to speak on this. It's in there, it's clear. So that's the reason I'm withdrawing this amendment, Mr. Chair. I still think we need to put money to the Guam Cancer Trust Fund, and that should be done today in this budget. I still think we need to prioritize the services that we're going to provide, and that should be led by the policy of the Guam Legislature. I still think the bill that we're looking at is not in compliance with statutes mandating how these special funds were going to be allocated. So that's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're now moving to the next amendment, Senator Paris, because the amendment was withdrawn. Senator Paris, you have an amendment, continuing appropriation authorization for DRT. Ma'am, if you could speak to the amendment.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's to add a new section, continuing appropriation authorization, notwithstanding the provision of law allotted but unexpended balance of the funds appropriated to DRT for fiscal year 24 and prior years shall not lapse and continue to be available until fully expended. DRT is authorized to use lapsed funds for the purposes of IRS training for Tax Enforcement Division. On October 1st, 2024, DRT shall submit a written report to I Legislature Guåhan and I Maga'hågan Guåhan detailing the total amount of lapses from fiscal year 24, and upon the expenditure of such lapsed funds, DRT shall submit a written report detailing those expenditures to I Legislature Guåhan and I Maga'hågan Guåhan within 30 days after such expenditure. So, yeah, basically, it is a continuation of what was provided in Chapter 5 for DRT. Again, you know, I raised the issue that training is, they're in need of training, and some haven't been trained since 2006. Again, this lapse is not specifically for that training, it's for other operational uses, but I did authorize them to use it for training because in the previous amendment in Chapter 5, there was only $45,000 that I could find within their own budget that was not itemized within their detailed budget in the Better Public Service Fund, and so we know that it can cost upwards to $300,000 just to train this division alone. So, you know, the other monies can be used for operations. I mean, you know, we hear about how enforcement has been such an issue, and due to lack of resources, lack of personnel, and you know, this agency really needs to. It almost seems like an overhaul in some points, but we know that a lot of you know, coming from the oversight hearing that I held. There's a real issue of capacity. Employees are either retiring, they're leaving for higher paying jobs and elsewhere, and they really need to develop a retention program. And I know, speaking with the DRT, the director, it's yeah, retention has been an issue for them, and something that I'm working with them to ensure that there's a pipeline that's going to DRT, and just to make sure that they have the capacity that they need. Also, you know, customer service, right? They definitely need the training for customer service, and other possible needs. And we know that we hear about the facility maybe not sufficient either. So those are all things that need to be addressed, and whatever funding they have available can be used towards that. And I ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you, Senator Paris. For my colleagues that were going to ask me probably what is lapsing, we don't have the information right now, and there's probably not a whole lot. Are there any one like to speak to this? And if not, are there any objection to it? No objection. Senator Paris, your amendment passes. My colleagues, we have now completed Chapter 12. We will now open Chapter 13. And on Chapter 13, we have 4 amendments. We'll begin with Vice Speaker, you have an amendment?
Mr. Chair, yes, I do. First, let me start by thanking my colleagues for committing to following our laws that establish the Public Schools Library Resources Fund and the petition of this special fund that should go to the Guam Public Library System. So with the same intention in mind, I would also like to add that the Guam Public Library System and the Public School Library Resources Fund to the list of agencies. This bill that allows for unexpended appropriations to carry over and not to expire. So I want to thank you for being the co-author for this amendment, Mr. Chair. And I proffer this amendment, page 151, line 25, to add a new V to section 11, chapter 13, to the bill to read V, Guam Public Library Systems, Public School Library Resources Fund, and to ask legal to make the technical amendments if necessary.
Thank you. Does anyone like to speak to this amendment? Senator Blas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I can appreciate wanting to be able to provide this. However, I guess my concern here is that you're actually talking about two legal entities, the Guam Public Library System, which falls under, the library, and the public school libraries, which falls under the Guam Department of Education. Who takes precedence over who? Again, it's not to say that I'm not in support of this. I just want to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, because again, you're talking about two different entities.
Does he want to?
And so that's the only, I guess,
That's the only question you have.
question I have.
That's all. Do you yield to that question, Vice Speaker?
Well,
Only because of the two
if he
entities.
has anything to add on that, because based on the funding sources and where the money goes to, it's a 70-30 split, if I'm correct, and that the Guam Public Library System, based on the fundings received, as one component, and the other component goes to the Department of Education for the Public School Library Resources Fund. And OB can chime in.
The OFB has chimed in with me and said that it's allowed because the two entities is just reflecting the two, showing the percentage. But OFB, go ahead and comment to that. Steve?
Yes, in the initial public law that created the fund, which was 27-5, it established the fund and assessed all the charges to be deposited into the fund. However, the fund was actually amended by Public Law 36-107, which now provided a 70-30 split, and that 70% of it would go to public school library, and the 30% will go to Guam Public Library System. So that is how the funds should be expended now.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may continue, their respective appropriations will remain as made by this body, right? So whatever Guam Department of Education doesn't spend, this fund will roll over. And with this amendment, the same will happen for the library system. GDOE was included in this list on the substituted bill, and because, as it was proffered, GDOE was the only agency to get these funds, as I noted earlier, and now we have added the GPLS, which is the Guam Public Library System. So I'm also looking to add them to the list of the agencies with rollover allowances. So again, the clarification based on the creation and the funding source that got split, it was 70-30, and 70% going to the Public School Libraries Resources Fund, and then the 30% to the Guam Public Library System.
All right.
So-
Anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Senator Brown?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Certainly any funds we can add on to the public library, obviously we've determined in the course of this budget, really is necessary. But I just wanted to inquire, how much money are we talking about so that we know?
OFB? What's the 70-30 split?
This point of inquiry, this amendment says new V to section 11, chapter 13. Is that correct?
That's right, that's on chapter 13, and it's on page 151. You have the listing of all the agencies that have a related funding source authorization, and all she did was put it in to identify Guam Public Library System with the Public School Library Resource Fund.
Sir,
That's where the fund comes from.
and just to add, that would be the $332,000 that was supposed to be
Right.
transferred over, and then
Yeah,
we've been doing it, working with DOE, working with the oversight chair, working.
Yes.
And we've
It's-
done this process, so this is at the last end
This is
that
at the
we've
end.
done.
That's correct. OBS is going to respond to the amount that Senator Brown was asking.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Okay, point of inquiry?
Does the Guam Department of Education not being listed in this amendment in any way preclude or prohibit them from receiving their share of the funding from the Public School Library Resources Fund?
No, they're not precluded from it. I know that. They've been getting it, but I think the question is, shouldn't they also be listed? I understand where it's
That's,
coming
yeah,
from.
the inquiry, yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to
Just
make
add
sure
them.
by not listing them here, are they in any way not going to get the funds because they're not itemized in the amendment?
Steve, maybe you can answer to that.
They're on the list, sir.
They are?
Yeah, just to clarify, okay,
They're up on the list. They're letter M on the list. They are listed. It's
Señor
now-
Smasi.
Yeah, it's just identifying now the public library system to be on part of that program. That's all.
Thank you.
Yes, rest assured, they are included, Senator. The allocation right now, what we're projecting out of the fund for FY25 is $1,107,060. 30% of that is $332,118, and 70% of that is $774,942.
If I can further inquire, do we know what the library will be able to spend this on? Is there any restriction on what they can purchase, books or personnel, or is there any restriction on the fund, or is that left to the library to decide?
The statute regarding the funds puts no restriction, no restriction how the funds are to be spent. It's just that it's appropriated to the agency.
All right, thank you so much. I support the amendment. Thank you for the information.
Thank you. Anyone else need to speak? Senator Tello.
Just a real quick question. Again, I heard earlier that this fund is supposed to, like, certain percentage goes to DOE, certain percentage goes to the Guam Library. Is that how it rolls? Okay, so if that's the
Yes.
case, then does DOE get that same amount of piece of the pie that you were just mentioning earlier?
Yes, they do. And they're listed. They're letter M. It's just adding
Okay.
now the
Okay.
public library. That's all
Thank
we're
you.
doing. Just
Okay,
adding
just
them
wanted to verify.
that they
Thank
do
you.
get some money. That's all. Anyone else like to speak to this? If not, are there any objection to this amendment? No objection. Amendment passes. We're now on the next amendment. Senator Paris, you have an amendment to address page 155. We all turn to page 155. Senator Paris, if you can go ahead and read it out,
Yeah,
please.
so this one's just a simple fix. It was duplicated in chapter 5, and it could have been a technical correction, but I was asked to just go ahead and do it, just to be safe.
All right. Okay. I don't believe anybody needs to speak to this, a duplication. Are there any objection? There being none, amendment passes. Senator Paris, we still have another one for you. Quarterly reporting, filing a position of police officer psychologist on page 158.
Okay, yeah, so this amendment basically would require quarterly reporting of filing the position of a police officer psychologist. It states, notwithstanding any other provision of law or until the vacancy has been filled, and no later than 30 days after the end of each quarter of the fiscal year 2025, the chief of police shall submit to the Speaker of the Legislature in Guåhan a written report of the department's actions to fill the authorized position of a psychologist in fiscal year 25. Said report shall include, maybe you can fix that, at a minimum announcement distribution list pursuant to 4 GCA Chapter 4 appended to the report, the announcement of recruitment and examination, number of reannouncements, number of application submissions, number of applications accepted, number of applications pending evaluation, number of applications rejected, and to allow legal and clerks to make technical corrections and renumber. So this position, I did get support from the chief. He supports this amendment. And currently there's the budget does have this as a line item, but it has been vacant it hasn't been filled in the past. And so basically the idea is to strengthen the mental health services for Guam Police Department officers and their families. Currently, officers have access to peer support, but for cases beyond what this entity can provide, they must be referred to Guam Behavioral Health. Having a psychologist on staff specifically available to Guam Police Department would strengthen the officers' access to mental health services more expeditiously than in instances where they may be referred. This is essential given the heightened distress that the police officer may face in any given case, which may not be anticipated in any way that follows timely meetings. It provides an accessible avenue of mental health care given the staffing shortages and common occurrence of overtime, all of which can put a strain on personnel. And it provides services for new trainees in this new largest recruit of the police department. The other thing we're seeing is the meth epidemic is increasingly severe, and crimes such as domestic violence continue to be pervasive in our community, all of which are not mutually exclusive, as GPD are often first responders to the most difficult and painful situations and crimes. It is imperative to ensure that the psychologist's position at GPD is occupied. And so it's really critical to, with all the amendments we've passed for the police department, I think this is also a critical part for their operations to ensure that not only they are getting the health care, mental health care access, but also it also trickles down to the public they serve. I know there are situations where we've come in contact with families that, they were taken in by the police, but it definitely leaves a strain on the families out there. And so if we have a healthy workforce, they can help also reach out to these families and provide that support in whatever way they can. So I ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you, Senator Perez. Does anyone need to speak on this? Okay, Senator Barnett.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to lodge my support for the amendment and just note how critical this position is and how needed it is, especially given the burdens many times that the hardworking men and women in blue bear in the Guam Police Department as the premier law enforcement agency. So I commend the author for her thoughtfulness in proffering this amendment, and I urge the support of my colleagues so that it passes. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any objection to this amendment? I see none. Amendment passes. Senator Guåhan, you have your amendment. Senator Guåhan, we'll now entertain your amendment, sir, to add a new section to Chapter 13 of the bill. Yours, yes.
Can I get a 2-minute recess real quick?
A couple minutes recess? Let's do a quick recess. Committee of the Whole is called back to order. Senator Guåhan, your amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment, I think it's the very last amendment that we're going to have for this budget, but actually is going back to what we passed earlier, amendment we passed earlier in chapter 7, part 1 is chapter 7, retroactive pay to the attorney pay plan. And this section here basically adds a new section to chapter 13 of this bill. And it basically says, and I want to amend it actually because there shouldn't really be a B on the underlined here.
Which letter you wanted to?
Okay, on letter A.
You wanted to scratch letter A?
Yeah, well, no. Scratch out letter B.
Letter B.
Letter B will just actually, letter B that says based on years of experience pursuant to Chapter 4, GCA, Chapter 6, subsection 6208, or that actually should fall in line in letter A, and C becomes B.
So your B is really a continuation of A,
Yes.
and C becomes B.
C
So
becomes B,
we don't
yes.
strike it out, just move it up, right?
Yes, just move it up, yes.
Okay. You want to go ahead and continue? Does anyone have any objection to that amendment? We can all see it, just moving B up to A and C to B, letter B. None? Good. Please continue, Senator
Thank you,
Guåhan, so we
Mr.
just
Chair.
move along.
Yes, it's again, the letter A reads $2,000 higher than the annual salary of the highest compensated Assistant General under the attorney pay plan of the Office of Attorney General of Guam, based on the years of experience pursuant to Title 4, GCA, Chapter 6, subsection 6208, or B, the annual compensation of a judge of the Superior Court of Guam, whichever is higher. This basically does not guarantee, again, this amendment, the AG has only provided a formula, Mr. Chairman. It's only a formula. It's unclear whether the particular AG is going to get a pay raise or not, just dependent on the years of experience. So this provides, again, a formula in which to determine whether the AG will be able to get a raise or not. And with that, again, it's just going back to, as promised in Chapter 7, Part 1 of the bill and the amendment that we passed, is going back there to clarify, again, the amendment that was passed earlier. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone who would like to speak to this amendment? Senator Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was looking at this, we had this discussion earlier about compensation for the Attorney General. Right now, it is compensated based on 90% of the annual compensation of a judge of the Superior Court of Guam, and I understand that it is the wishes of the Attorney General to be changed to the attorney pay plan. And so I'm good with that if that's the case, but my problem is with provision B, or the annual compensation of a judge of the Superior Court of Guam, whichever is higher. That's where I have a problem with this. If the Attorney General wants to be on the attorney pay plan, fine, I have no problem with that. If the Attorney General wants to be 90% of a Superior Court judge's salary, I'm completely fine with that as well. But this provision of you get to pick and choose between both, whichever is higher, that I have a problem with. If he wants to be on both, if he wants to be on either one of these pay plans, I completely support that, but he doesn't get to have his cake and eat it too. He's got to pick one. So I'm going to object to this amendment until the profferer of this amendment clears up with the AG which system he would much prefer, and let's strike out the other one, and then I will support this amendment. But you can't have both. I think only one of these is appropriate as a measure for how we should measure compensation, not the one that's higher based on the times. And so I asked the author to please, contact the Attorney General and see which one of these pay systems he would prefer, and let's give him that one and strike out the other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this amendment? I'm looking, Senator Fisher.
Thank you, sir. How much do we know? I guess would be a question for my friend Senator Lujan, if he knows, what the compensation of a Superior Court judge is right now.
We can ask OFB if they got the information.
That's fine.
OFB, can you identify what does the judge of the Superior Court of Guam makes, and what would the, because if I'm correct, I think you do know what the current Attorney General is making based on that 90% today. We do know how much he's making today.
Okay. How much is he making?
Based on the 90%. OFB, if you can please identify that.
Let me pull up the salary based on the Attorney General staffing pattern.
Okay. Will we be?
He's going to pull it out and give the information.
Okay, for the judge's salary, correct?
The judges and the current Attorney General, he is currently receiving the 90% of a Superior Court, so he can identify what he's receiving today. What? They're going to identify what he's receiving today, which is reference to the Superior Court of Guam.
Okay. Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
But we're waiting for the information from OFB.
Well, I was asking if the
Yeah, they're pulling it up.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be with you shortly. We're back in order. OFB now will provide that information that you needed. Senator Fisher, colleagues.
Based on the agency's FY23, FY24 staffing pattern, it shows that the Attorney General's salary, and this is strictly just the salary, at $126,685. In FY24, their current staffing pattern, it's reflecting $148,063. Now in the FY25, if you're going to base it on the $167,788 salary of the judge, 90% of that would reflect $151,009.
Okay. Thank you very much for the information, sir. As I understand, just to run through, the Attorney General currently is making $126,000, or the other way around?
No, the FY20, they asked me what their salary was prior to his increase in FY24.
Okay.
So his current salary in FY24 is $148,063.
Okay. All right, so he's making 148, and 90% of that would be 151,000.
No. The salary right now, sir, is $148,063.
I misspoke.
Yeah,
90% of the salary of a judge.
No. What it is I need to verify whether or not that is 90% of the judge's salary back in FY93.
Okay.
93, 94. The $151,009 is 90% of the current judge salary of $167,788.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, my first comment would be, I don't know what the Attorney General has done to merit this generous increase in salary. He's already making quite a bit of money. I kind of agree with this idea of, letting the Attorney General decide which particular salary he wants. He's obviously going to opt for the higher of those, and what I suppose he would just look at his chief deputy's salary. If he is still at step 10, that would be $151,620 plus $2,000, so he'd be making $153,630 if you just assume that his chief deputy, which I think is Joe Guthrie, just reached step 10. If Joe Guthrie's been in more than what is required to reach step 6 or 10, there's 3.5% increase every 2 years for the chief deputy. So we really don't know how much money we're giving him at this point unless the Attorney General can identify the individual who's receiving the money and who he's going to be tied to. There's also nothing in here to prohibit the Attorney General from just, goosing the deputy's salary by awarding him more time in service and then thereby increasing his own salary. So I've got, when we peg his salary to one, his choice, and two, a fluid benchmark, we'll never know how much he's making, but we can assume he'll always choose the higher amount. So as offered, I just cannot support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on this amendment? I'm looking for hands. Senator Barnett.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I just had a point of inquiry, I guess. So the C section, annual compensation of a judge of the Superior Court of Guam, whichever is higher. So if we're talking about an increase to the $3,000 increase to the AG's current pay?
No. What it is that...
No, because if he's making, I think Mr. Guerrero had said 90% of a Superior Court judge's salary equals $151,009.
For this year, 2025.
Right.
Correct.
And so the AG is currently making $148,063.
That's correct.
And so if this amendment passes...
No. Even without the amendment, he would be, in 2025, he'll make $151,000. No, without the amendment. Now, because right now, it has to be based on the 90% of the Superior Court, okay? So we just, let's end that part, 151. This amendment also asks that if we go to A, not using C no more, it's to add A 2,000 higher than the annual salary of the highest compensated. The highest current compensated, Steve, you can identify what's the highest?
Yeah, so just based on what was said previously, we're talking about are we talking about a difference? Or I guess what my question really is what is the number if it's $2,000 higher than the annual salary of the highest compensated AAG? And then what is the number for the percentage of the compensation of a judge, so we could get a side-by-side comparison and find out how much of an increase we're talking about for both options.
Right. Steve?
Okay, just for clarity, and the way I'm reading this amendment, it notes here that the annual salary of the Attorney General shall be A, $2,000 higher than the annual salary of the highest compensated Assistant Attorney General on the Attorney General pay plan at the Office of the Attorney General of Guam. Right now, based on the staffing pattern, the highest Attorney General highest attorney in the Attorney General's office is making $178,000 per annum. $178,000 per annum. $178,000. Oh, $175,000 per annum. So, again, if I'm reading this right, is that based on that note, is that the Attorney General's salary would be $178,000 plus $2,000 more based on this amendment.
So the amount that whichever is higher, it would be the $2,000 higher than the annual salary of the highest compensated Assistant Attorney General, since the 90% of a judge's salary is $151,000.
That's correct.
Could I yield to the author if he agrees that you're reading this correctly?
Senator Lujan, if you would yield to the...
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct? That's... Let's go back and we start again with OB. Let's just define A, and everybody, if you can, write down the number, and then we look at what is C or B, and then we know. Because 90% we know already. It's 151,000, okay? So that
But just point of information, Mr. Chair, the amendment doesn't say 90%. It actually says the annual compensation of a judge. So to me, I mean, I don't know. I just take
only
that
because
to mean equal.
it's by statute. No,
Yeah.
it's by statute. 90% of a Superior Court judge. OB.
In the
Oh.
yeah,
Oh, it
and
doesn't
C
apply to
of
law?
the amendment, it says the annual compensation. It doesn't say 90%. I'm just asking for clarity because I want to know, what are the amounts we're talking about?
Yeah, if I may, the whole, I guess, amendment is to kind of like delete, because if you notice, Section A on the top is being deleted. That's where the 90% of the compensation for the Attorney General is coming. So if I understand the amendment right, it's deleting that provision and now establishing the salary to be under A, the added A, which is going to be $2,000 more than the highest paid attorney in the General's office. No longer based on the 90% of the judges, because they're striking the A part out on the top.
So point of inquiry?
Yes, point of inquiry.
So hypothetically, if the Deputy Attorney General was paid $300,000, his salary would be $2,000 above that.
Based on my interpretation of this amendment.
And he has sole control over who he hires as Deputy Attorney General, so he could effectively set his own wage.
That's correct.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. point of information, I think the attorney pay
Yes.
plan is already in place for the attorney pay plan. For anybody bring up
Understood.
these ludicrous amounts of money coming up, they have to follow the attorney pay plan,
Understood.
okay?
Understood. But I just want to get back with Senator Barnett because letter B says the annual, it didn't even talk about the law, the 90%. It just says annual compensation
Yes.
of the judge. So there's no 90% here, it's just straight out. So maybe Steve can identify what is the current
Yeah, I just would
Superior
like
Court's
to,
pay.
yeah, get the options that we're talking about, you know, the current versus the, what is 2,000 higher than versus the judge's salary.
Point of information, Mr. Chair, I believe the numbers that were stated earlier, it's 167 by the judges right now. So 90% of that puts it in at 151.
No, Senator
prior?
Tyree, I understand what you're saying, the 90%.
Okay.
But the amendment, like Senator Barnett was asking,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't refer to the law that gives the 90. It just says annual compensation.
exactly.
So it's straight up, whatever the judge
Right.
is making, that's what he wants to know. What is the judge making today?
Okay.
Steve, if you can, please reveal that.
Yeah, and I don't think, Mr. Chair, what we're doing is striking out the current law at all. We're just reiterating it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so if we were to assume that this provision would pass, the Attorney General's salary would now be based at $177,000 per annum. Yeah, for A. If we went to the annual compensation of the Superior Court of Judge, whichever is higher, it'd be $169,000.
And just, sorry, point of inquiry, Mr. Guerrero. So what is the AG making? Is that the 151,000?
Today, right now, based on the staffing pattern, his salary is reflecting at $148,063.
Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak to the amendment? Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to OFB for calculating those. So just want to verify, so what he's making right now, FY24, is not 90% of the current 167 judge's salary. You're saying in FY25 he might make more if we don't do anything today, right? Because the 90% of the judges has gone up, right?
That's correct.
So the judges raised their salaries, you're saying, to a set amount, 169?
Right now, the judge's salary is at $167,788. If you took 90% of that amount,
Yeah,
it'll
no,
come
just
up
the
to-
judges. So the judges are 167. Okay, then, but they passed in March 2024 a resolution, the Judicial Council, that where they used to say that that a Superior Court judge's salary shall be $2,000 higher than the annual salary of the highest compensated employee under the attorney pay plan at the Judiciary. They've now adopted a resolution that says the Superior Court judge's salary shall be at least $2,000 higher than the annual salary of the highest compensated employee who is not a judge or justice at the Judiciary of Guam. So they don't even restrict it to the highest paid on the attorney pay plan, so they must have employees paid higher than the attorneys over there, so they're going to give the judges $2,000 more than that. So it seems to me that that might change just as much, right? That might change, who knows when. Whenever they decide to hire some high-paid employee, then their salaries will also go up, if we use the same logic. So, but the difference right now, if you're basing their salaries, that's 167, and if that's correct, that the judges are making, that would be subsection B, versus the proposed subsection A would be, because there is a very high-paid lawyer at the Attorney General's office, very experienced. These pay plans are pretty much set by years of experience. Otherwise, they set because you're I think a deputy AGs get a set amount. But they always change. They raise up according to the pay plan by, right, number of years, and then the same thing with the judges. So they acknowledge that even their regular employees and their attorney pay plan, those will be continue to get, I guess, increments and things. So that will continue to change. To me, 169 versus 177 is actually a smaller difference than I expected when I first read this. But if the judges hired a very highly compensated lawyer, it might be even higher than this, right? So what I'm just thinking was, though, that if you go under the, well, yeah, I was just only thinking that, we want to make sure that the office of the Attorney General is an elected office, that if we are attracting young lawyers, let's say, that it's attractive to them as well. And if they're relegated to payment on the pay plan, it might not be that attractive. They could get that amount anywhere else in the government. If they are going to get higher than, or they're going to be tied with judges, that might be higher than what they would have gotten on the pay plan. This one is just different. It's tied to the attorney pay, to the highest compensated attorney pay plan, just like the judges do. So, I guess I just found out about this part that the judges are doing. All right, so I just wanted to clarify that. So that's where we got that. I think this idea is because that's what the judges are doing as well. They're tying their salaries to be $2,000 higher than the highest paid employee at the Judiciary. So those will continue to change for them. And now the Attorney General, according to subsection A's salary, would be tied to the highest compensated attorney in that office, not just employee, but attorney. All right, okay, Jesus mas.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this amendment? I'm looking around. No one. Do you need to close on this amendment, Senator?
I can close. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you also for the debate and the increase that colleagues had inquired about with Mr. Guerrero. And again, I want to thank the previous speaker again for mentioning the fact that this is an elected office, and we know that there are shortages of attorneys at this point in every aspect of field here in our island, and we know that not this election, but next election is another election for the Attorney General, and we're hoping that, of course, that we continue to entice attorneys to run for this office, and again. Hopefully the pay and the work that they're going to have to do as the chief legal officer for the government of Guam will be able to entice attorneys to the best attorneys to be able to run to seek this office. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank my colleagues for the increase in the debate and ask for the support for this amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Guåhan. Are there any objection to this amendment? There's one objection. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Amendment passes. My colleagues, this completes chapter 13. We'll now move into chapter 14 with servability.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sidus Masi. I know that since Monday, we had come in prepared to address our amendments with the appropriations. However, as you guys know, there was a motion made that struck that. But in going through the chapters and all the various amendments, I don't know if we were afforded the opportunity to comment on the various sections as we were in the previous chapters. So I just wanted to inquire if we're going to go back and be allowed to comment on the sections in each of the chapters. Because, in all the chapters that we started, chapter 1, You were kind of rushing through it, and then I believe there was a discussion about each of the sections in the chapters, and then you went section by section, and we were allowed to comment on those. But since Chapter 11, I don't know if the body was afforded that opportunity. So I just wanted to inquire if we will be afforded the opportunity to discuss any of the sections contained in the chapters that we've covered over the last few days.
No, I allowed everybody the opportunity, Senator Burnett, to speak. I mean, I keep asking, we're in this section, and we moved along. When we got to chapter 12, 11 and 12, we moved along. I mean, I don't believe I made any restriction other than ruling. So we're already on chapter 14 now. We're ready to close.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm not saying you made a restriction. I just don't know. And I hope I'm not misremembering, but for example, you didn't ask us to comment on section 29, section 30, section 27, and you get my point.
On what chapter were you referring to?
At chapter 11 and forward, 13 and up. I'm just inquiring if it's going to be, the opportunity is going to be consistent, Mr. Chair.
At the time, Senator Barnett, before I closed, if you had posed that, we could have discussed it. We already closed chapter 13. Now, and we're in chapter 14 now, open. Now you want to turn back the clock? I mean, I would have accepted a point of order, and I would have paused and now closed and asked you, do you want to discuss any page 142 and whatever? I would have done that without hesitation.
Well, Mr. Chair, what I'm saying is that we entertained all the amendments for the chapters, but you didn't go through the sections like we did with every other chapter and say, does anybody have any comments on section 35? Or does anyone have any comments on this stuff with GVB that's in here? Or, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Chair. I'm not asking to turn back the clock. I'm just asking why the opportunity wasn't afforded to comment section by section. That's all. Cesar Masi.
All right, thank you. My colleagues, we're on chapter 14 right now.
Oh, Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
we could, before you end chapter 13, I just had a question on one of the provisions. So in chapter 13 last year, there was a provision, section 29, that said sequestration of unused World War II Loyalty Recognition Act funds.
What page are you on? Sorry.
This is in FY24, this provision was in, and it's not in here anymore. So I'm asking, I just wanted to get an explanation why this was removed from this year's budget. It was a sequestration of unused World War II Loyalty Recognition Act funds remitted to the government by the U.S. Treasury. It reserves them for appropriation by the legislature if they are remitted by the U.S. So just wanted to see why this was removed from this year's budget. Maybe what is the status of those funds?
I'll find out in a second. I'm calling the director of OFB. He can respond to that question. If you can ask that question one more time so OFB can respond to that.
I was asking why in the FY25 bill, we removed a section that used to be in the FY24 bill. It was titled Sequestration of Unused World War II Loyalty Recognition Act Funds remitted to the government of Guam by the U.S. Treasury. And what it did was reserve any remittance of the unused World War II Recognition Act funds that the Treasury had reserved, that those would be kind of locked, subject to legislative appropriation, not able to be used as part of this budget.
I believe, Senator, the reason why it wasn't included in the bill is, if I'm not mistaken, this particular provision was a floor amendment made last year. And I wasn't too, my own information was that I didn't think it was applicable in FY25.
So what is the status of those World War II claims money that the Treasury, U.S. Treasury reserved to pay the claims and were not used?
Yeah, I don't think I'm in a position to answer that. I think that's a question for Department of Administration. Maybe they can probably answer that. I'm not up to date on that particular.
All right.
All right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, maybe notwithstanding rules, can we reinsert that in? Because I recall from the discussion, so I'm the one that made that amendment.
Put that on chapter 13?
Yeah, can we put that back in?
You got the, okay.
Yeah.
Do we have the verbiage? I mean, I just want to make sure we have the verbiage. I understand what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Just so we can get an end to that, right?
Yes.
That's basically what you're getting
Yes,
after.
exactly. Yeah, I appreciate that, if we can put that back in.
Are there any objection to that? Put it back in what was on 24? No objection? It's just to reinstate the issue on the war claims. That's all. So we can get an end to that, right?
Yes.
Okay, there are no objection to that. That'll be added on. We just have to find the verbiage. But we have closed now chapter 13. This is my second time to say this. Yes, Senator Paris?
Yeah, so I just wanted to get a handle. I know the health insurance, right? When are those negotiations coming up again?
Oh, I don't know. OB, do you have an answer to that? No, we don't have an answer to that. Health insurance? No, we don't have an answer to that. Negotiations are still ongoing? Oh, it's done already. So I don't know what the results are. They haven't given us a report. All right?
Yeah, do we have, does a budget address the potential cost?
Does it? Steve, does it address the cost? Does it address the cost?
I'm sure, Senator, to some degree it is considered as part of this budget. The health appropriations are made for the retirees through the retirement fund. And of course, the health costs for the employees are going to be deducted out of their salary to the staffing pattern reflected in each department's budget.
Okay.
All right.
Is there anything else that comes from the government, though? Because I recall we do contract, we contract out services too as well. Like the third-party administrators, do we know the cost of that?
My understanding is the health negotiations are completed. I believe there has been a vendor that's awarded, and I'm not too sure exactly where they are right now in terms of that contract. But I was informed that there was a vendor that was already awarded the contract for FY25.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, chapter 13 is now closed. We are now in chapter 14, severability. There are no amendments to this. That being said, give me a 1-minute recess.
The Committee of the Whole is back from recess. Senator Sonagosine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 236-37 CR as substituted on the floor and amended in the Committee of the Whole with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole to be placed on the third reading file.
Okay, there's been a motion to, with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole, to place Bill 236-37 COR as substituted on the floor and amended in the Committee of the Whole on the third reading file. Are there any objections?
None.
Going once?
Done.
Going to,
None.
I'm just kidding. We need to have a sense of humor, colleagues. Okay, so there have been no objections? Okay. No, we need a sense of humor is what we need. Okay, so Senator Snogestein, you recognize?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to rise from the Committee of the Whole with a recommendation that Bill number 236-37 COR as substituted on the floor and amended in the Committee of the Whole be placed on the third reading file.
On that motion, are there any objections? Seeing no objections, motion carries. Okay, we stand in recess.
We're back from recess. Colleagues, Senator Snogestein, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to report back to the body after deliberation on Bill 236-37 COR as substituted on the floor and amended in the Committee of the Whole with the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole to be placed on the third reading file.
On that motion to place the bill on the third reading file, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, that motion carries. Will be recessed until Friday at 2 p.m.
No, Madam